Why do beings manipulate us from the shadows and then try to gaslight us into believing their interpretation of all events? My name is Matt Reddy. We need to give all adults a break. They have lost control of this ship. They are not working together. They are deceiving themselves and one another. Apparently aliens are real. Who do you trust? Find the people you love and get them all in a room together and ask them all. Will you be honest with me from now until the day I leave this planet? Then, we all must take a leap of faith, that we can surpass fear and terror. We can share this entire universe in peace. We do not need to fight one another just because some power monger tells us we must fight. The time for all human conflict is over. Why should we fight another human ever again? The time for human war is over. If humans ever raise the fist of war again, it will be for the last time. I shall never support war. I can no longer support violence of any type, even simply the violence of sound waves coming from the mouths of liars and landing upon my eardrums. Children of the world. Let's show the adults of the world how to create a safe community where everyone shares and celebrates and learns and grows and heals and sings and dances and plays and creates together. Humans, Greys, Reptilian, Nordic, Insectoid, Interdimensional, Time Travelers, Democrats, Republicans, Lovers, Haters, Laughers. We children of Earth. The adults have all been lying to one another. I don't know which ones I can trust, and I am one of their elected leaders. Children of Earth, life is a grand mystery. We are at once all alone and all together. Why do some lie? Why do some hide? Why do beings manipulate us from the shadows and then try to gaslight us into believing their interpretation of all events? My name is Matt Reddy. We need to give all adults a break. They have lost control of this ship. They are not working together. They are deceiving themselves and one another. Apparently, aliens are real. Who do you trust? Find the people you love and them all in a room together and ask them all. Will you be honest with me from now until the day I leave this planet? Then, we all must take a leap of faith, that we can surpass fear and terror. We can share this entire universe in peace. We do not need to fight one another just because some power monger tells us we must fight. The time for all human conflict is over. Why should we fight another human ever again? The time for human war is over. If humans ever raise the fist of war again, it will be for the last time. I shall never support war. I can no longer support violence of any type, even simply the violence of sound waves coming from the mouths of liars and landing upon my eardrums. Children of the world. Let's show the adults of the world how to create a safe community where everyone shares and celebrates and learns and grows and heals and sings and dances and plays and creates together. Humans, greys, reptilian, Nordic, insectoid, interdimensional, time travelers, Democrats, Republicans, lovers, haters, laughers, weepers, winners, losers, brave, cowardly, happy, sad. We are all here in one special place together. Put down your weapons. Let us take 7 to 27 months off to have a global human transformation festival to celebrate alien disclosure and find better ways to organize and share and work with aliens. Hive1.net and Utopia42.club are 2 places I am helping build so we can all work together. I look forward to watching you seize control of the universe in joy and friendship.
State of Israel made contact with aliens? Well, according to retired Israeli General Professor Chaim Eshed, the answer is yes. Eshed served as the head of Israel's space security program for nearly 30 years, and he says that Israel and the U.S. have both been dealing with aliens for years. Now, to clarify, this by no means refers to immigrants. Eshed is clarifying the existence of a so-called galactic federation, and the 87-year-old former space security chief told Israel's Ynet News that lots of agreements have been made between the aliens and the U.S. to try and research and understand the fabric of the universe. Well, apparently this has all been kept a secret because humanity isn't ready. And if true, it would coincide with U.S. President Donald Trump's creation of the Space Force as a 5th branch of the U.S. Armed Forces. Apparently, Trump knows about the aliens too. But we have our correspondent Ariel Levin-Waldman joining us to break down the veracity of this report. So first of all, Ariel, give us a breakdown of the most shocking revelations that Israel's former space security chief has made here.
Well, you certainly covered the most shocking ones. The claim made by Professor Chaim Eshed is that we are not alone in the universe, and not only are we not alone, we're not even alone on our own planet. The claim is that we have been visited by extraterrestrial life who have set up a joint base of operations with the United States on Mars, buried beneath the surface. He also claims that astronauts from the United States have been to Mars and are working alongside the extraterrestrials at this Mars Mars base. This in addition to the claims of a galactic federation, which, interestingly enough, echoes statements made in 2005 by former Canadian Defense Minister Paul Hellyer about visits by extraterrestrials to Earth as well. Very shocking statements, but extraordinary claims require extraordinary proof.
Right. Well, you mentioned he talks about the secret underground base on Mars where there are American and alien representatives. I mean, Eshed has a serious background. This is a serious guy. Should we be taking his revelations seriously?
In the absence of such extraordinary proof, it's very difficult to take any of these claims seriously, at least not at its face value. One of the things you have to look at is just the laws of physics making things very difficult given the sheer size of space and the lack of any evidence that would directly implicate aliens in any contact in the United States or any nation on Earth. NASA's SETI, Search for Extraterrestrial Intelligence, has been for decades scanning the stars for any evidence at all, even distant radio signals, and has turned up very little things. With that in mind, it can't be ruled out as a direct impossibility. After all, in the past decade, upwards of 4,000 exoplanets have been discovered, and within 1,000 light years, 20 of them quite capable of sustaining life. With that in mind, even though the laws of biology and the laws of physics are the same everywhere, the chances of having anything, any extraterrestrial visitor come here are extraordinarily low, given the sheer distances in space. Remember, 1,000 light years is much longer for anything traveling below the speed of light. And given that that is pretty much a hard-coded limit in the laws of the universe, anything coming from those distances is virtually impossible.
Now, U.S. President Donald Trump has pushed forward the creation of the Space Force as the 5th branch of the U.S. Armed Forces. I mean, why is he doing this, and what can you tell us about this?
So it's much more likely that President Trump's pushing of the U.S. Space Force has much to do with peer-level enemy technological threats to the United States than the existence of extraterrestrial life or the visitation thereof. Over the past few years, we've seen China reveal multiple space-based weapon systems for taking out opponent satellites, and that would be United States satellites. Russia has also unveiled similar space-based capabilities. The United States and anybody else in the modern world recognizes that satellites are more or less a linchpin of any modern civilization or modern military force. If you take out satellites, you take out GPS, and suddenly all of your ground and air forces are blind, deaf, and dumb, unable to communicate with one another or figure out any positions in the field. Likewise, in the same past 2 years, we've seen Russia and China develop and test hypersonic missiles. All of these are platforms that require space-based interventions to develop, to detect, and to interact with. And it's because of this that you see in the United States start putting more resources into this program. It's very telling that the segments of this new Space Force are the ones dedicated to missile counteraction and missile technologies rather than anything to do with the Pentagon's UFO programs.
Well, why do you think that Israel's former space security chief is revealing this information now, speaking out about this?
That's really anyone's guess. He said because at this point, the climate in the world has changed to the point where people are accepting that. Certainly, we've seen over the past decade, conspiracy theories about aliens start to go mainstream. Just last year, you had 1 million people online say that they want to storm Area 51 to find out about the aliens. And we also saw declassification earlier this year by the Pentagon of UFO files. All of these things together create the atmosphere that perhaps we're not alone, and that in and of itself would allow anybody that deals with UFO things on a regular basis to come out and say, well, this is the time to throw your hat in the ring. Now, whether or not you can take this at face value, despite how high-ranking he is, goes back to the previous statement. In the absence of extraordinary evidence, it's very difficult to believe an extraordinary claim.
What's up, guys? I'm Chris Lato, retired F-16 pilot turned UAP investigating YouTuber. I'm very proud of this video and feel very humbled and lucky to get a chance to talk with someone like Leslie Kane. She is just a titan in the field of unidentified aerial phenomena. We talked through her whole career, essentially starting back in 2000. She started in 2000 with her first article, how she had to fight to get that article into print, all the way till 2017, where she was a contributing author for the Glowing Auras and Black Money article in the New York Times. So the famous New York Times article that has really propelled us to where we are today, on the cusp of getting an office built in the U.S. government to research unidentified aerial phenomena. I found Leslie Kean through her book, UFOs, Generals, Pilots, and Government Officials Go on the Record. It's recommended to me by one of my patrons, and I can't recommend it enough. It's an amazing book. If you're new to the subject, it summarizes many of the best cases, as 18 contributing authors as well. And if you are not new to the subject, you probably know who Leslie Kean is, and I've read that book. Her next book, Surviving Death, I'm very excited to read it. We talked through all facets of the phenomena. She answered all of my questions in an amazing way. She has been doing this for 22 years. I mean, she was grinding behind the scenes for 17 years. She argued for years to get a UFO office built in the US government, and secretly there was one. And she was the person who found out how that went, how she felt that day, and many, many other aspects. It's an amazing interview. I've watched it already a few times and learned so much. So I hope you enjoyed. I really enjoyed it. Thanks, as always, my patrons. Thank you. If you want to become a patron, support the channel. I only make money for the channel through patron donations or YouTube advertising. So thanks for watching. Thanks for being here. Enjoy the interview. Hello, welcome. I'm here with Leslie Kean. Recently finished her book, UFOs, Generals, Pilots, and Government Officials Go on the Record. I thought it was just an amazing book, compilation of really everything. As I'm starting my career, I guess, as a ufologist, encapsulated kind of everything I was looking for, trying to find. So it was great to have it all in one book. So I'm so happy you're here. Thanks for coming on the show. So welcome, Leslie Kean.
Thanks, Chris. Very pleased to be on your show. Thanks for having me.
Excellent. Yes, and so you wrote that book many years ago. You think it's still interesting for people like me?
I mean, at least up until 2010. I mean, there's a lot that's happened since 2010. So, but I mean, the cases in that book are still really solid. The only thing there's been a question about is that Belgian photo, which I used to just love that photo, and I went to Belgium and got to see the original and all this stuff, Yeah. But the shooter of that photo has since come out and said that he faked it. And there's some question about whether he really did or not, because he's in litigation with somebody who owns the copyright, has been making money out, and there's this whole mess going on. And he refused to set it up the way he did it and show investigators how he hoaxed it when they went and asked him. So who knows, but that's really disappointing that picture has been called into question. But I think everything else in the book, if you just want, it's just very basic understanding. And I think the fact that many chapters were written by others, it's really a shared book with many other people. Yeah. And that I give them credit. I mean, I think there's 4 generals in the book and a former governor and all kinds of high-level people who wrote their own chapters. So people can hear directly from them, not just me saying what they said, quoting them or describing them. And to me, that's a lot of what the power of the book is the writings of the actual people themselves who contributed.
Yeah, the governor of Arizona. And he was a retired full bird.
Yeah, he's retired, but that was such an interesting story. I mean, the whole Phoenix Lights case. I'm sure any of your viewers who are, into UFOs are familiar with that story. But the fact that he, ridiculed it at a press conference at the time with dressing up as chief of staff as an alien, and then 10 years later admitted that he actually saw it himself, and then started to advocate for this issue and for the establishment of a government agency, which is something I've been advocating for. He came on a press conference in 2007 that I organized with James Fox, which was the same year he had come out with this admission, and he stood up at the podium and made a statement about it and said, we need a government agency to get to the bottom of this. So it was an incredible transformation, incredible story.
Yeah, it's just interesting for a lot of reasons. It's just he basically says, between 8 and 8:30 on the evening of March 13, 1997, during my second term as governor of Arizona, I witnessed something that defied logic and challenged my reality, a massive delta-shaped craft silently navigating over the Squaw Peak in the Phoenix Mountain Preserve. So he sees that. He clearly sees it. And then he goes to talk to his wife, and he says, as soon as I reached home, I told my wife Anne about it. She listened attentively, and we both thought long and hard about whether I should make it public. Eventually, at least for the time being, we reached the conclusion that I should not because of the ridicule from the media.
Isn't that crazy? Isn't that crazy? Yep. And he also was afraid that it would just take over everything and he wouldn't even be able to do his job as governor. He just thought, but it may have been the wrong choice he made, and he upset a lot of his constituents, but he later acknowledged that and apologized, basically. I mean, I don't think something like that would happen today. So that shows how far we've come.
So you think it's changed? Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I mean, can you imagine if, hundreds and hundreds of witnesses saw something flying over Arizona now? It would be so well documented. There wasn't, there was no video that survived that event. And there would be so much documentation now. And I think the climate has changed so much that a governor who happened to see it would not have to feel like he couldn't say anything. That's my opinion. I just don't think it would happen.
Yeah, he was also a retired, retired pilot.
Right. He knew how to recognize things. He was smart. I actually went with him to the location where he saw it and, got to know him very well starting in 2007. So he's a very honorable guy. And I really admire him for speaking out about it and doing everything he's done to help move this forward. He was up until the time of my book, between 2007 and 2010, he was a really important figure along with John Podesta, sort of helping get this thing out. And he actually wrote his own little, maybe 3-page chapter in my book. It was short, but it was really wonderful to have him explain this in his own words, why he did it and why he feels differently about it now.
Yeah, we need more people like him speaking out, obviously, because, you say he's an honorable man, and it sounds like he is. And he did make the tough decision, like he had to say to all those thousands of people that he lied, essentially, right? He wrote in the book here, he talked to his wife, they talked it over. And then he, even an honorable man, made the decision to lie and say, no, I didn't see anything because of ridicule. It's just so strong.
I don't know if he actually lied because he was never asked if he saw it. He just didn't volunteer the information.
I guess. I
don't know if you want to call it a lie. Anyway, that's a minor point. It's a minor point. But,
it's a minor point. I think,
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I think it's a lie. It sounds like a lie to me. If you're the leader and all these hundreds of people are calling and then you say, it must have been flares. He obviously knew it wasn't those flares.
Oh,
he saw something different. Yeah.
I don't think he ever claimed that it was something else. He actually tried to get information about it. He called the Air Force bases. He called, he did everything he could to try to get information, and he couldn't get anything. So he just sort of moved on, and didn't pay attention to it. And then he described it as sort of people being in a state of hysteria. So he wanted to calm it down and make light of it. It just, didn't work.
Yeah.
Did not work.
Yeah, that was a crazy one. And I even went to Luke Air Force Base. That's where I did my initial training for F-16s. But that was in 2004, 2003. And we heard nothing about, I learned about the Phoenix Lights later after I left,
right.
Years later. There was nothing in the Air Force, nothing mentioned about it. Yeah, zero. Cool. Well, let's go through a couple of these questions. So this is from Rob Warnecki. What made you go from investigating wrongful convictions to UFOs? Seems like a strange segue into the field.
Yeah, it is a strange. I totally get that response. Yeah. And it was more, I did report a lot on wrongful convictions when I was at KPFA Radio in Berkeley, but I was really more involved with reporting on Burma. That was my, I was very involved with, I went to Burma and I did a lot of articles with another journalist about the problems with the country of Burma and its struggle for democracy. So that was that and wrongful conviction. So I was focused on the reason I had a sort of curiosity about UFOs. I'd read a few books, but it was just like a interest, a very low level interest, like it would be for anybody who might have read like Whitley Strieber's Communion or something like that,
Yeah.
And then I got this report in the mail, as I wrote about in my book, from a colleague in France called the Cometa report, which some people may know what that was, but it was a 90-page study undertaken by high-level people in France. And they were all retired, but they were high-level military people. There were generals. There was a 4-star, I think a 3-star. I don't remember exactly, but their ranks. But a number of generals. There was an admiral in the group. There was the former head of the government agency in France who had, investigated UFOs for a long time. The chief of police, scientists. They formed this group. They spent 3 years investigating this. And they only studied official, aviation and official cases from around the world, the very best cases there are. And they wrote up this 90-page study about it, and they came to the conclusion that the best explanation for the objects that they studied was what they called the extraterrestrial hypothesis. And they talked about that was the most valid and the most rational way to explain these cases for which they had been able to basically rule out conventional explanations, because these were cases where there was enough data to do that. And so I was sitting there, I get this thing in the mail, and my colleague in France says, you have an advanced copy of an English translation, the only person in America who has it. This report is going to be released, and I think Rockefeller had paid for the translation and everything. And he said, do you want to do something with it? And I said, yes. And I just felt, when you have people at that level saying that it is likely, it's the best hypothesis that we have extraterrestrial visitors coming here. I mean, it was like, whoa, this is huge. So it was because of the access to a report at that level, written by people at that level who, carried a lot of weight. And I thought to myself, what if the equivalent people in America made the same statement that these French people were making? It would rock the world, right? It would be front page news. So I just recognized it as a really big story and found it completely fascinating. And I thought, I thought I had a real scoop. And so I spent quite a few months looking into the topic, because I didn't know much about it, and eventually pitched a story to a lot of editors who I had published with before from various papers. And in those days, you could publish freelance articles. It was a very different climate for journalists than it is now. But I had published a whole bunch of stories on Burma with a lot of newspapers. So they knew me and they liked my work. And so I went to these places, and it was really hard. I didn't even use the word UFO when I made the pitch, but they just couldn't handle it, except for the Boston Globe, this one editor at the Boston Globe, who I'd written probably 3 or 4 stories with, and she really respected me, and she was willing to do the story, but it was really touch and go, and she almost dropped. At one point she said, forget it, we're not doing it. I mean, it's hard to imagine today when every journalist out there wants to cover this. But in those days, that was like it was in 2000 that it actually was published finally. Wow. 20 years ago, 21 years ago, 22 years ago, it was so different, Chris. I mean, it was like these people, and the only reason she was able to run it was because she was the boss of the forum, of the section in which it was published. It's like a Sunday news analysis section. She had nobody above her that could tell her what to do. The other papers that I went to, some of them said, oh yeah, we want this. And then they'd come back and say, sorry, I didn't make it through the chain of command here or whatever. But it was like this risky thing, and it was a very conservative story. I mean, it wasn't saying a lot of crazy stuff at all. So it's interesting for me to reflect back on that and realize, my God, things have really changed. But in any case, that's how I got started. Once that story came out, I was so hooked on this topic. I just wanted to learn more. I was also shocked by how little it got a huge response from the UFO people. But how little response it got from, Congress. I expected Congress to be all over it, or, the leading investigative journalists of the day to like jump all over it and write like long stories for the New Yorker or whatever. I was just a freelancer. I didn't have the kind of access that journalists have who work for something like the Washington Post or the New York Times or something. So I thought they'll take it. They should take the next step, but nobody did anything. And that was sort of my wake up call for like how bizarre it was that this topic, the way it was treated, and that everybody acted like UFOs didn't even exist. So that was part of the motivation for me to keep going with it, plus my profound curiosity in what this whole thing was, my realization that, like, these don't seem to be like they're from here, but I don't know. So anyway, I just eventually stopped working at this radio station where I was working and did this full time. But that's how I started. And I was like on fire after that. I never stopped.
Yeah. So but you wrote a Afterlife book, right? After your UFOs, your next book was Afterlife, which is, I'm very excited to read that one as well.
That was that was way later. It came out in 2017, I think. So I started working on it in 2013. So yeah, it was a few years after my book came out in 2010. So my book in 2010 was sort of a culmination of 10 years of reporting and investigation and press conferences and all kinds of stuff. And then after that, the History Channel did a special based on my book. And then I kind of thought, I've really said all I can say about UFOs right now. And my publisher said, do you want to write a book about something else? And I was really interested in all this evidence for the survival of consciousness. So then I jumped into that. Yeah, you're right. And then in 2017, when everything changed, I was really back full time on UFOs again.
Oh, excellent. So now you're back on UFOs full time. Is that you consider it?
Yeah. I still do some work related to the other topic, which I'm interested in both of them, very interested in it. And some people even are discussing how they might relate to each other in some way. That's a whole other question. But the book I wrote called Surviving Death, it was made into a 6-part documentary series for Netflix. So that just came out about a year ago. So I was very involved with that as well, with the production of that series. And now I'm working on a series on UFOs for a major network. I'm not allowed to say which one, but that's been occupying all my time. Yeah, so I would say, right now I'm really focused on UFOs.
Oh, excellent. And so you really think it's totally changed, though? The landscape has completely changed from 2000.
I really do. If you think about May of last year, of 2021, do you remember the media frenzy that took place right before this June report came out? Everybody was covering this. And then it was on 60 Minutes. And the New Yorker wrote a huge feature story on it. It was like they couldn't get enough of it in the media. When you think back to what I had to go through to get this one story published in 2000, it's a radical change. It's all because the government has come around and acknowledged that they're real. It's now official. And that gives the media permission to write about it without feeling like they're going to be ridiculed.
But I still get the sense that they leave it out. I still get the sense that most people, or most of those editors, will choose to not go with the UFO story. If they had other options, I still get that impression.
I don't know. It probably depends on what editors you're talking about. Certainly Politico is really into this. The Hill has been writing about it a lot lately. The New York Times is hard to get them to cover it, but they did I co-wrote a series of stories for the New York Times between 2017 and 2020 that had a huge impact. So, I don't know. I just know that in that period of time, right before that June report came out, it was, you could not believe every single media person wanted to cover this. And I don't know. I think they pretty much do now. I don't know of places that ridicule it, really. I'm sure there are bloggers and stuff that ridicule it, but I think it's taken pretty seriously overall now.
And so looking back, you were a contributor author on the Glowing Auras 2017 article. And that article, I think, started the whole modern disclosure movement, or I don't know, at least from my perspective, it seems like that started this most recent movement. Can you talk about making that article, creating it, any interesting things around it?
It did. I think it started this whole snowballing thing that happened, but it was really Lou Elizondo who started it. Because the way it all happened was I was invited to meet with Lou Elizondo in October. I think it was around October 4th of that year. I went to a meeting in Washington, and Chris Mellon was present, and Jim Semivan and Hal Puthoff. And they were the ones that actually had invited me to meet Lou, because Lou was resigning from, I think everybody knows that Lou Elizondo was the head of the government program. He was the head of a Department of Defense program that had been studying UFOs in secret for a decade. And nobody even knew this program existed. And I was out there in the world advocating for a government agency to be set up. You know, of course, I wouldn't have wanted it to be like that, which was a totally secret one.
Yeah.
But anyway, so I was, you know, they came, I guess, Lou, they had talked about it a bit with To the Stars Academy before I met Lou. I think maybe it was after that. I don't remember. But in any case, I knew nothing about this. And for me to go, so I got to go down to Washington. I sat right across the table from Lou for about over 3 hours with these incredible people there. And they showed me all these documents. They showed me the 3 videos. Lou didn't, but they did. His colleagues did. The famous letter from Harry Reid that has now been released. You know, Lou's resignation letter, which had been written to General Mattis, Secretary of Defense. I read that letter and I just could not believe what he was saying. You know, and then I just got to talk to him for a long time. And the idea behind this meeting was to take this to the New York Times, because he was resigning because he needed attention to be brought to this from the outside, because he was not getting the support he needed from inside. So that moment, that was probably the peak moment, Chris, of any moment in all. I mean, after covering this thing for 17 years, it was like, oh my God, I couldn't believe I was sitting at that meeting and hearing what I was hearing. It was just mind blowing to me. You know, it was 17 years. I mean, I did my first story in 2000 and this was in 2017. So, you know, it just was, I just was blown away by how important it was. And they had all the documentation. Everybody was going on the record. They had the videos. It was just clear to me that it was a huge story. So I then went to, but I had no relationship to the New York Times, but my close friend, Ralph Blumenthal, colleague and friend, was a freelancer for the Times, and he'd been on staff there for decades. And he was at that point still freelancing for the New York Times. And he's the guy who wrote the book on John Mack that just came out. And he and I had many conversations over the years about UFOs. He's very interested in it. And he'd written on abductions and experiencers before. And so I went to him and he wrote a pitch to the lead editor at the New York Times. And then we got a meeting with Mark Mazzetti, who is the head of the investigations bureau in the Washington bureau. He happened to be in New York. We sat down with him, showed him everything. And he took it back to Washington. And about a week later, we got the green light. And we were assigned to work with Helene Cooper, who is this amazing reporter from the Washington bureau, who's award-winning, and she's their Defense Department person. So she has incredible access to the Defense Department. And what a gift it was to work with her. That's how it all started. And we just spent a couple of months getting the story together and doing interviews. And, you know, we got an interview with Harry Reid. Actually, Helene flew out to Nevada to meet personally with Harry Reid. It was so important to the story. We had no idea what he was going to say, you know, whether it would be just a 5-minute thing, but she sat with him for a long time and he talked all about the funding process that went on and why he set it up and how he's glad he did it. And it was just amazing. And so, you know, that was a big part of it. And just talking to Elizondo and other people and laying out how the whole thing happened and then presenting the videos. So that's how the whole story happened. And it was on the front page of the Sunday paper, which was the print edition. It came out on a Saturday and then a print edition on Sunday. So, and that's sort of what that led to, Chris, was members of Congress wanting to be briefed on this. Excellent. That's sort of what was the next step, because they said, there's a government program and they didn't even know about it, right? Yeah. The DoD has been studying this since 2007 and we don't know anything about it. And it's like, there are objects flying around. We don't know where they're from or what they are, or they have incredible technology. Well, we want to know more about it. So they started to get briefed. And that's sort of how the whole thing started to build towards where we are today.
Wow, that's an amazing story. I mean, when you think back in any time in the future, right? If this continues the way it appears to be going, it's going to lead back to that story. You know, it's very interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I
Cool.
just I feel so fortunate to have been part of it. And the reason it happened, I think, was because I knew Chris. I'd known Chris Mellon for quite a few years, and I'd known Hal Puthoff for a long time as well. And they trusted me. They recognized that. I mean, I had many conversations with Hal for so many years, and they wanted somebody who could cover this in the way that it should be covered, with some kind of knowledge of the topic, right? And it would really take it seriously. And so I think I felt really honored to be the person that they asked to be that person. They also knew I could probably get it into the door of the New York Times. So yeah, it was just amazing moments there. And Lou it was literally the day he had resigned, and he was really nervous. He didn't know what was going to happen to him at that point, He didn't know what was going to happen to him in terms of how he was going to make a living, and whether the DOD was going to come after him, and whether there'd be repercussions for him. And, he was used to being in the shadows. He was a counterintelligence officer. He was not used to being out in the public arena. So he was really, I'll never forget how nervous he was, basically. And think about where he has come since then. He and Chris Mellon have played such an important role over these last 4 years. But that first time I met him, he didn't know what was going to happen.
Yeah, he's definitely, I can imagine, because it was terrifying for me to publish anything, and most people in the military as well. You try and we'd have media come to our squadron, and it would be, does anyone want to give an interview? And everyone would just run,
Wow.
away from the media. It's I don't know why there's a timidness or shyness built into the military. We just don't like talking on camera. I think.
Well, isn't it partly because people are afraid of repercussions to their job? I mean, if they talk about something as weird as UFOs, I mean, that's what we've been told by many pilots, is that just there's a fear of ridicule and repercussion that might happen.
And, I think it's the same ridicule, though, that I think it's just the human ridicule. It's that same thing the governor felt, we just talked about. Like, why didn't he, he's the governor, right? He's supposed to be the leader in charge, but he didn't come clean with his constituents, right? The people he's supposed to be serving, ultimately. I don't think it's a fault on him. I think it shows how difficult it is, because he was able to come out and say, hey, I hit it, I made a mistake, and I did see it. He came out, right? And I think that's the honorable person. I think you're going to have many other there's probably thousands of other people who are in that position who just, didn't take the honorable way.
It's also harder when people are active duty. Once they're retired, they feel much more comfortable in speaking out. I mean, that's just been consistently the case. And the same with pilots. When we did our second story in the New York Times, which was in May of 2019, and we reported on the Roosevelt sightings, and we had Ryan Graves as our main source, who ended up being on 60 Minutes in 2021. It was so hard for us to get those pilots to go on the record. I mean, the only reason we got Ryan was he had done something for the History Channel, so he'd already done it. But we spoke to about probably 7 other pilots or something like that, and none of them would go on the record in the story.
Yeah.
So, I do think times have changed. I mean, even since 2019, maybe more of them would be willing to talk now. And I think this recent legislation has sort of opened the door for people to feel comfortable doing it. I mean, our government is saying they want people to talk out. They want to know more. So things are going to have to change. And I think more people are going to start coming forward.
Yeah, I hope so. I'm waiting for any pilots to contact me. My email's in the about page. So if anyone wants to go on the record, man, I'll talk to you.
Exactly. You're a fellow pilot. They should contact you.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised I haven't been contacted. Maybe it'll just take a little time. So are you planning on writing any follow-up books?
I don't know. Maybe next year. Right now, I'm very involved with this series that I'm helping to produce for a major network, and that's full time. So I don't know. That's the answer to that question.
Yeah, excellent. Do you think we're heading towards disclosure, or is it going to be a repeat of, I don't know, the 70 years of the past?
Well, when you say disclosure, I'm never quite sure what that word means.
I don't either. I don't know. I'm relatively new as well. Do you think we'll find out everything they know, everything the government knows?
Well, I mean, there's so much that's classified, and I'm sure a lot of it's going to remain classified. So I don't know. I don't know how much we're going to know about everything the government knows, but we've had incredible revelations. I mean, the government has acknowledged that UFOs exist, and they've basically acknowledged that they're not ours, meaning American, and they've almost said they're not Russian or Chinese. I mean, they've said we don't have evidence that they're Russian or Chinese. And some other high-level officials have spoken out and said, I don't think they could be Russian or Chinese. I mean, if we get to a point where it becomes a fact that they're not Russian, Chinese, or American, maybe that's disclosure as people define it. I don't know, but I think we're moving towards that point. And to me, that's the big moment. And we're almost there, because if they're not from those three countries, they couldn't be somewhere. They couldn't have been made on Earth, let's face it.
Yeah.
And I think that people like Kristen Gillibrand and people in the intelligence committees who have been briefed on this and been given classified information, I think they know that these are not from here. And the pressure has to stay on them. I mean, the reason they're going to talk about this is because of pressure. If the New York Times story had never happened and the briefings for Congress had never happened, then maybe we wouldn't even know anything still. It's not like they want to talk about it, but the door has opened and they don't have a choice at this point. And there is momentum. It's moving forward. So it can't go backwards. I really don't think it can. With this legislation that just passed in the NDAA, we're going to have this office that's going to do all these things and provide reports. And the reports are never as good as everybody wants. But I think we need to just be willing to look at this in stages and try to focus on what the good things are that have come out, the positive things. Even in the June 25th report, there were some important things that came out. So I feel very positive about how things are going. And I don't know, the way I see it is once it really becomes a certainty that they're not Russian, Chinese, or American, we've crossed the line. We were in a new paradigm at that point. And we're moving in that direction as far as I see it.
The June 25th report, the preliminary assessment, I thought was actually very good because they put in the numbers, right? They put in actual numbers for incidents. And they put in, we have 80 that have multiple sensors on them, 143, we don't know what it is, unidentified. And then we have 80 where we have multiple sensors. And the multiple sensors is really powerful for me, because it's from different sources. If you have radar and you have a visual observer, that's two different mediums. It's very strong. And then they had they said 18 of those they're doing advanced maneuvering that we can't do.
Right. Yeah, no, that was all important. Yeah. And it was in there that they said they're not American, as I recall. And they said we don't have evidence of them being Russian or Chinese, but of course we need to find out if they belong to an adversary. But, that was important, even though people were upset there wasn't more, but the classified report obviously had more. And, it's what's really most important. I think Lou has made this point too, is that at this point, it's what's most important is that the members of our government get as much information as possible. That's more important right now than the general public having it, because the government are the ones that are going to move the whole thing forward. And they've been motivated now to create this office that just passed as a result of what they've been briefed on. So, I mean, that's something to celebrate, even though we, the people, I think we have a much bigger right to information, obviously, than we've been granted. I mean, why should they be able to sit on all of this? But I know that there are people working on that who believe that, and we just have to let it happen. As everything has to happen in the time that's required for it to happen. If things happen too soon, it could backfire. It could set us back in a way. We just have to let it roll out. And
Yes.
I think a lot of things are going to happen next year that are going to be exciting for everyone.
2022. Yeah, I keep hearing that from different people. You know, there's several, I know 3 different people I've talked to who are working on projects. They can't tell me what they are, but they tell me it's going to be exciting.
You know, we're going to get more reports to Congress, and we're going to get more, unclassified reports have to be provided. And there are people working on trying to get more photographs and videos released, which should happen, because if they're not national security problems, why shouldn't the world have access to them? I mean, obviously there are going to be people that are going to try to resist that as much as possible. But, and what I think is really interesting too in the new legislation is the whole thing about health impacts and physiological effects of UFOs that are going to be reported on. She also they talk in this legislation about reports on efforts to capture or exploit discovered UAP. I mean, that line, efforts to capture or exploit discovered UAP.
Yes.
That's supposed to be included in the reports. I mean, that has never been said before, you know?
Yeah.
So,
well, I actually don't, but it's good to hear. Yes.
Yeah. And they're, setting up teams of field investigators, and they're
science plan, the nuke
coordinating
stuff
with our allies is another really important component. That is already happening behind the scenes, but it's written into the legislation that's another mandate that we have to coordinate with our allies to find out what's going on here. I mean, it's just such a powerful bit of legislation as long as it plays out the way it's supposed to.
Yeah, they did. I don't know. I'm not 100% sure who wrote it, but they did a great job. I mean, they really did. I thought they included everything we could possibly get, besides forcing the government to somehow work with like the Galileo project. But I don't think that's how that you can even do that anyway. I don't know how you would do that.
They took that out, right? They had that in there earlier, and then they took it out. That they were going to be linked to Galileo and some of these other citizens groups, but I'm sure that they're going to benefit from the work of the Galileo project. I think it's a great project, and but they didn't write that into the legislation, but that's okay.
It had everything else.
Yeah.
So in your experience, they're motivated. The Congress has been really motivated now. I mean,
well, a number of people are. I mean, certainly Senator Gillibrand and who was behind this legislation, and Senator Rubio. I mean, we've been hearing about him. I love the fact that it's so bipartisan.
Yes.
It's just totally bipartisan. It has not been politicized. It's one of the few things that hasn't been politicized, I love
it. Really
that.
hasn't. Yeah.
And then,
that should probably be what we focus on, is just keeping it bipartisan, not letting it devolve into these partisan arguments. I could see that maybe happening.
I don't know. I don't really see it because the issue inherently is so apolitical. I don't know. Let's just hope it stays that way. And also Congressman Ruben Gallego has been behind this too. And I had a chance to meet him in Washington. And anyway, he was one of the Congress people who was behind it. So there are definitely, and even Lindsey Graham came out in a press release through Rubio's office in support of this. So it's a pretty hard thing to not support. It's a national security problem as they see it. And how could they not support, things are flying around our Navy ships and buzzing our pilots when they're in the protected airspace, and we don't know what they are. I mean, who could possibly not stand behind trying to find out more about that? I don't think there's much opposition to it. And they have actually written in some of these press releases the importance of overcoming the stigma. So they're recognizing that there is a stigma, and that we need to get beyond that. And that's also really important.
Yeah, that was in the preliminary assessment.
Right.
Yeah, there's a big section in there just denoting that there is a stigma.
Exactly. And Rubio's press release or same with Gillibrand's press release, I mean, they both said the same thing. They reiterated that. So it just sort of takes the media off the hook, and it takes witnesses off the hook, and it invites everyone to care about it. And I don't see how it may not be top priority for everybody, that's for sure.
Yeah.
But I don't think there's going to be opposition to it.
Once it's written down, like it is, in law now, signed into law, I think all those military people, there should be no obstacle to them speaking now.
I agree. I mean,
That's
there
what I
probably
think.
still will be. There's still, I think there's still fears of ridicule and stuff when you're active duty, but it's got to have changed. It's got to be a lot better than it was. I mean, and I think people like Dave Fravor have really been role models, and Alex Dietrich too, have been role models to try to encourage others to do what they've done. Yeah, it's just so, when you think back to where we were before 2017, to me, it's just stunning how far we've come in the last 4 years. And we've ended up with this incredible legislation. And who would have ever thought this would happen? I mean, it's just, incredible.
So you had, when you were at that meeting, and with Lou Elizondo, did you think this was even possible? Maybe at that time, did you think it would get to this point?
I didn't think that far ahead, Chris. All I thought about was getting this to the New York Times.
Yes.
Period. I couldn't think ahead. Well, maybe someday we'll have legislation. No, I mean, I certainly knew it was a huge story and that it could change everything. But I wasn't thinking specifically about that at that point. So, yeah. But
now so what? Just talking specifically, you've investigated the UAP phenomena for so long, or the UAPs. So what is your take on it now? What's your overall impression? Where should we be looking? If you're an investigator like myself, what avenues are you aiming at, I guess?
Well, I mean, since I'm a journalist, my focus is to try to get it out into the media. I use the media as a way of reaching people. So that's what I'm doing with this major series that's going to be on a major network this year, at the middle of this year. So,
cool.
I mean, that's always, and then I want to keep writing stories for the Times if I can. It's very difficult to get something at the level that the Times requires, but when you do it, it has a huge impact. I did write a story for the Debrief last year, so I'm maybe start writing. But for me, it's about getting things out into the public through the media, because that's how I work. But other people have other ways of doing it, and everybody contributes through whatever talents they have and whatever avenues they use. And I'll just keep doing that, and I'll keep trying to push stories out, as best I can.
So what do you think the UAP is? What do you think the phenomena is? Do you have any
I don't know. I think it's way more complicated than we have thought, or than I had thought. I mean, I've learned over recent years it's just way more complicated. It seems to have properties that are really weird. It's not just some physical object flying in from some other planet, It's got all kinds of paranormal aspects to it. I think that the Skinwalker Ranch book that came out recently, Jacques Vallée was the person who was onto this a long time ago. And everybody just sort of didn't like it, didn't like thinking of it as a more complicated phenomenon. But I think that's what it is. I don't think it's certainly not something manufactured by people on this planet. I'm willing to say that. My position has always been, we don't know what it is. And I still have that position, but I think I'm more willing to say now that we can rule out that it's created on Earth. I just don't see how it could possibly be, for so many reasons. And given what it can do, and the effects it's had on people, and the sort of bizarre technology that and the fact that there's so many different types of objects.
Yes.
It just seems incredibly mysterious and complex to me. And we may never really understand fully what it is and how it does what it does. But it's not simple. And so I don't know what else to say.
What do you think of implants?
I don't know. It seems like, I'm no expert on it, but it seems to me that there's never been any study that's been really, really definitive to show, this material could not possibly have been made on Earth. It could be a very strange thing. It could be like, I don't know how that got into the person's body, and all kinds of things. But I don't think any of them have been proven to be really anomalous, really not from Earth. As far as I know, but again, it's not an area that I focus on. I mean, I'm really not focused as much on that element of it, but I think it's fascinating. And I think the work that Gary Nolan and Jacques Vallée are doing, Gary Nolan's a scientist from Stanford,
yes,
are to study physical materials, had allegedly come from UFOs is really important. And eventually there might be a breakthrough with their work where they have enough sophisticated equipment now to determine how, that it's extremely unlikely that some of these things could have been manufactured here. So that's another thread of work that's really important. And I think, Gary's going to be working on publishing papers and bringing more of that information out to the public. And that's something we have to look forward to as well.
Yeah, there's so many angles. Lately, I've been into the orbs, kind of trying to look into the orbs off the East Coast, West Coast. It just keeps coming up, like these just balls of light, or that you can see primarily in infrared, but in optical, they don't show up in the visual spectrum, or they're harder to see. But in infrared, they show up. It seems like these orbs. Have you had a lot of dealings with that? I didn't read so many in your book, actually, of just straight orbs.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't working at all. I wasn't dealing with orbs at all when I did the book. It was much more concrete, radar data, physical stuff. But I mean, I've talked to a lot of people who have seen orbs, and people see them. And as they wrote about in the Skinwalker book, they're dangerous. You don't want to get too close to them. They can be dangerous. That's what's so weird about it. I don't know if you recall the case of the guy in his car who had one come in and went through his body, and he got
went through his arm or something.
Yeah, I mean, people get very ill from getting too close to orbs. So it's like, stay away from them if you can. But they do. People see them a lot. People encounter them. I don't think it's just in the infrared. People actually see them. And I don't know what they are. They seem to be some kind of device that's maybe gathering information or something, but nobody knows. Nobody knows what they are, but there are people who are studying the physical effects on people. And that was one of the things in the legislation that we were talking about. And orbs is one of the things that causes these physical effects that are harmful to people. So
yeah, I think that came out of NARCAP. It was in a majority of their sightings with orbs, at least from civilian airlines, there was some electrical issue associated with it. It affected some equipment, like their navigation equipment, their compasses, or actual lights started going out, or electrical systems started failing. That's very interesting.
Yeah, I think it wasn't just orbs. I just think any kind of UFO that they encountered. Because I remember I used to work with NARCAP. But
okay, excellent.
Yeah, what could affect the instruments in the plane for sure. Whatever it was, So yeah, and then if it can affect instruments, it can also affect the human body, right?
Yes. Yeah, it means some sort of field's going through there.
And when you think about an orb that's actually right in front of you, or actually goes through your body, or is in the same room as you, you got to be careful, because we don't know what they are and how they're going to affect people. And as I was saying, people have become very ill from that. So
yeah, I was very happy to see the human effects put in. Do you think it's related, or do you have any knowledge on it being related to Havana syndrome? Is it a separate thing?
It's interesting you bring that up. I mean, yes, people have, I don't know how much I can say about it publicly, but some of the medical effects between the two are very similar, between Havana syndrome and some of these UAP encounters. I mean, I don't think that means they're necessarily the same. The source is the same, but the effects, there are a lot of the effects that are the same. That's pretty interesting. It's very intriguing.
Coincidental.
I don't know. There's some relationship, but I don't think it's known. I mean, there are people working on that. I don't think it's known why that is or what's going on. And certainly there's not, if they know, they're not talking about it. A lot of it's probably classified, about Havana syndrome, but there are similarities. Absolutely. There are.
Yeah, it's strange. So I'm working on Turkey UFO. I guess that was back in 2007, 2009. Roger Lear, I was watching interviews with Roger Lear. He did, I think he said 16 implant removals, etc.
Right.
He says he was in Turkey and watched this, watched the video where there were these supposed occupants in the craft. Do you remember Turkey UFO? Was it ever?
Yeah,
Was it
I
a
think
big
so.
case?
That was the one sort of shaped like this, and then you could see a being there or something. I do remember it. I didn't look into it because I think it was what year was it?
There was 3. So it was the summer of 2007, 8, and 9.
I do remember the video. I didn't know what to make of it.
It didn't make much press or didn't get a lot of attention, I guess, in the U.S. circles. Ufology is kind of my impression. But yeah, that's the case I'm working on now. I'll probably go hopefully to Turkey this spring to try and continue. Yeah, it should be fun. Because I just started this in the summer, like I mentioned. So it's good to talk with like seasoned, experts in the field, such as yourself.
I wish I could tell you something about that video, but I remember it. I just don't remember. I think I was busy with a lot of stuff, and I just thought, this is so strange looking. I don't, who knows, but who knows what's going on there. But it would just didn't look like your typical UFO video. That doesn't mean it's not legitimate, of course.
Yeah, it's an interesting case. I feel like a lot of people don't know about it, at least in the U.S. It just seems like it didn't get much publicity, or not many eyes looked at it. It was kind of skipped over because I made a video about it a couple months ago, and I was surprised actually at the level of interest I got again. So I'm still working on that one.
That's really cool. It's really cool to focus in on one thing like that. I hope you learn more about it.
That's what I was forced. Yeah, I was going in too many angles, and then people just said, "What about this, Chris? You were supposed to be talking about that." I was like, "Oh yeah." So no, it's good. So focusing on Turkey UFO, your surviving death book. So did you find any parallels with the phenomena?
That is such a big question that I'm just starting to learn more about. I mean, there are paranormal effects that UFOs have on people, which are similar to, for instance, near-death experiences that people have, where they will go into the afterlife realm when they're basically dead and the brain isn't supposed to work. And then they'll come back and remember everything that happened. And sometimes after those experiences, people have psychic abilities that they didn't have before. They have clairvoyant abilities. They experience telepathy. They have precognitive dreams. And the same thing can happen to people who see a UFO or get close to a UFO or have some kind of encounter with a UFO. They develop these paranormal abilities that they didn't have before. So that's just a very simplistic way of illustrating one possible connection, that there's some kind of dimension or even a state of consciousness that people have that is similar in both scenarios. And I don't know what that's about, but it's something to do with human consciousness and how our consciousness interacts with these phenomena, how we interact with, leaving our bodies, for instance, and going somewhere else, and then, or how we react with consciousness when we encounter something that's this interdimensional or something from another world or from some other plane of existence, which is a UFO. I mean, I don't think that you can pinpoint UFOs as just something physical anymore. That's sort of how I've changed in my perspective. They're not just physical. And so I think that consciousness is impacted in the same way by UFOs and through some of these other experiences that deal with it, things that happen to people close to death or related to that. So, I don't know how to put it all together, but there's something really intriguing about that. And I know there are people who know a lot more about that connection than I do. There are people who have been really trying to study that connection. I know Whitley Strieber is one person who's done that, who's really focused on that connection. He in some of the letters, when he wrote his book Communion in the 1980s, many of the letters he got from people describing their experiences involved seeing deceased people when they were having a UFO experience, which he took note of at the time. Like, why are they seeing deceased people in a in a close encounter experience? There's some kind of overlap. And so I think that's sort of a new frontier that a lot of people are interested in kind of understanding better. I certainly am. And there are people that understand it better than I do. But what is that all about? It's pretty interesting to see if there is, and what role does human consciousness play in all of this? Just the way we perceive things and how we're affected by things, and all of that has to be looked at. And so that's, I'm really interested in trying to understand all of that better.
That is interesting. I was talking to another YouTuber, Artisan Tony. I've worked with him a little bit. He's a contract guy, lives in Tennessee, character. But he mentioned that when he was 10, I got him to talk online about his experience. When he was around 10 years old, he came into contact with a blue orb. He says an orb, and he couldn't move, and he wasn't afraid of it, which was terrifying to him actually later because he wasn't afraid.
Right.
So,
that's so many people have said that too, that they're amazed they weren't afraid. Anyway, yeah.
Yeah, it was like they had a cutoff switch or something. He said they had some off switch on him. And what he says, kind of what you just related there, is that it seems like it was now he can pick up on other things, like it was affected his receive capability or transmit capability or something in his brain. So he mentioned, there's something different, whereas he thinks coming into contact with these things can physically change somehow, affect how your brain actually works.
Yeah, and that's one of the things that Gary, other people are studying too. There are scientists who are looking at the brains of people who have had these experiences, and seeing if there are qualities in the human brain that correspond to people who have these experiences that other people don't have. And there's really interesting data around that. So that's another area of investigation, is like, can you actually see something in the brain, that's changed, or that's unique to people who have experiences like this. So all the
evidence.
So interesting. It's really, really mysterious.
And so why don't they show us? If the UAP is here, why hide? Do you feel like the phenomenon is hiding from us, or is this just how it is?
I don't know. I mean, I don't want to project like intention or purpose onto it, because I have no idea. I mean, it's obviously not landing and saying, here we are,
yes,
giving us something to really, really, really get a close look at. But whether it's intentionally doing that, I have no way of knowing, or if it's just doing its thing. I mean, we don't even know what this thing is, right? So it's hard to know very much about what's going on with its behavior. So I don't know. I just tend to not want to speculate about it.
Just find the evidence. Go for.
I don't know. I mean, it doesn't really matter what I think they're doing or not doing. It's like,
yes.
I mean, obviously, I mean, if there's some, what intrigues me is there is an intelligence behind these things, obviously.
Okay. Yeah, I guess that's what I'm
There's
asking.
an intelligence there. It's been demonstrated many, many times. And so what is that? Where is it coming from? What's the source of that intelligence? Is there something, there's obviously something controlling like, let's say the Tic Tac, controlling its behavior. Is that something inside it or outside of it? What is its intention in kind of having this cat and mouse thing where it's going around with Dave Fravor, meeting him and then going to his cap point and showing up? I mean, it's the intelligence that's so intriguing.
How else would you define intelligence? So when you see something and you say that's intelligence, you know, what is it? You know,
Well, what I mean by that is it's responsive. You know, it's not just operating in some independent mechanical way where it's just going around in circles or something. It's actually responsive and interactive with jets, with Navy jets, with pilots, or, you know, and as was demonstrated with Dave Fravor and has been demonstrated with other cases. I mean,
so an intelligence, I guess it doesn't mean it's a high intelligence, you know, it could be a lower intelligence, I guess, you know.
It's just, you know, when something's responding to you and taking actions according to what you're doing in that moment, that's what I call intelligence. I mean, maybe that's not the right word, but, you know, so many military officials, so many officials have said over the years, they operate as if they are under intelligent control.
Intelligent control. Yeah.
Intelligent
so something
control. Something is in controlling them to the extent that these things can, in the moment, be responsive and interactive, you know?
So it's not just a weird projection. Yeah.
Yeah, they're relating to the stimuli around them and responding to that. And so they're more than just some kind of purely mechanical drone or something. There's somebody in charge of it, right? Or some force.
Something
that is able to allow it to be responsive. I mean, we don't know how that works or what it is. But I think the word intelligence is the one that generally people have used.
Because I mean, you know, if you get two magnets of the same, you know, and it repels, you know, you're still affecting it, but it could be something we don't understand. I guess that would be the only.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many cases, like in the case of the Peruvian case, which the pilot wrote a chapter about that case in my book in 1980. And he was like, you know, he jumped.
Imagine a technology that can do 600 to 700 G-forces, that can fly at 13,000 miles an hour, that it can evade radar, and that can fly through air and water and possibly space. And, oh, by the way, has no obvious signs of propulsion, no wings, no control surfaces, and yet still can defy the natural effects of Earth's gravity. That's precisely what we're seeing.
What? So,
that it can evade radar, and that can fly through air and water and possibly space. And, oh, by the way, has no obvious signs of propulsion, no wings, no control surfaces, and yet still can defy the natural effects of Earth's gravity. That's precisely what we're seeing.
What? So, yeah, that was on 60 Minutes, which is just unbelievable. What?
And yet still can defy the natural effects of Earth's gravity. That's precisely what we're seeing.
What?
30 years ago today, KLAS aired a live interview with an anonymous man who made some really astonishing claims. He alleged that the U.S. military was secretly studying alien technology out of the Nevada desert near a base that is now very well known all over the world, Area 51.
A lot has changed in the decades since Bob Lazar first told this wild story. The Pentagon recently admitted that it really has been secretly studying UFOs, and then it wanted to figure out and duplicate that technology.
George Knapp looks back at that 1989 interview that started a whole new conversation.
Totally impossible. The propulsion system is a gravity propulsion system. The power source is an antimatter reactor. This technology does not exist at all.
The claim sounded like Hollywood sci-fi. Months later, when his identity was revealed, Bob Lazar said he worked at a secret facility near Groom Lake, where alien technology was being reverse engineered, that is, taken apart to figure out how it worked and whether the Pentagon could duplicate it. This is the simple drawing he made at the time.
Here now, I had access and was permitted to view and look at the operation of this main level with the gravity amplifiers and the level below.
The premise seems less preposterous now. In a new documentary about Lazar, he describes in detail the spacecraft he worked on 30 years ago.
The craft that I worked on, that when it's going to travel a long distance, that is how it operates. It flies along and it puts its belly to the target and then brings all the amplifiers to power, and it shoots off in that direction. It doesn't fly as it would in the science fiction movies. It flies with the belly, the bottom forward.
If the description of a spacecraft tilting sounds familiar, take a look at the so-called gimbal UFO, a video released by the Pentagon in 2017. Naval pilots encountered a fleet of these unknown craft off the coast of Florida in 2015 and have since had dozens of similar encounters. The spike in UFO incidents prompted a recent policy change by the Navy, which announced it wants to encourage its pilots to report future incidents. Pentagon officials reluctantly admitted to the New York Times 17 months ago that the military has secretly studied UFO incidents, in part so it might figure out the technology.
In the gimbal video, there's a mechanistic turn against the wind without deceleration. So we have a craft without rotors, without heat signatures, without plumes, without tail fins, and certainly no tail number, moving in a way that is counterintuitive to our own aeronautics. When Bob saw that, he came to the conclusion, this has to be a gravity-propelled craft.
It's rotating.
That it does mimic exactly the propulsion system that Bob Lazar described.
This story is extraordinary.
Jeremy Corbell directed the Lazar documentary, but he also broke the story about another now famous UFO incident, the 2004 Tic Tac encounter. The Navy pilot who engaged the Tic Tac, Black Aces commander Dave Fravor, has said he doesn't believe the astonishing craft was made on Earth, that the propulsion might be anti-gravity. When Lazar was shown the Tic Tac video for the first time, it immediately reminded him of the Sport model, his name for the craft stashed in the desert.
There's no question in my mind. I mean, I'm virtually certain that's the way the craft operated, and that uses close to or the exact same propulsion system.
Former Pentagon intelligence officer Lou Elizondo was in charge of ATIP, the secret Pentagon study. He told us one goal of the project was to determine the physics of UFOs, how they can achieve the seemingly impossible. The military came to believe the craft relied on special metamaterials, stuff that can't be made with known technology. Lazar made similar claims decades ago and was ridiculed. Now the Pentagon is on the same page.
Where the study of UFOs did not end in 1969 with Project Blue Book. In fact, that was a lie, and it is now an admitted lie by our own Pentagon. We are living in a world where it is understood that there are craft, technologically advanced, from unknown origin, that are performing maneuvers that far exceed anything of human technology. This has been going on a long time, and our government has been studying it.
George Knapp, 8 News Now.
As always, we have posted additional links and resources connected to this story on our
This is Dave Beatty, and I'm talking to a Navy veteran named Ryan Weigelt. And Ryan contacted me via email, basically after seeing the film, The Nimitz Encounters. And at the end of that movie, I asked people if they've had any experience or have any knowledge of these events to contact us. So Ryan reached out to me. So, hey, thanks, Ryan. I really appreciate it.
Oh, it's not a problem, Dave. Glad that we can get in contact with each other.
Yeah. Ryan explained to me that
we all keep our phones safe.
Near it. And it was confronted by Soviet military and security personnel. And occupants got out of this craft. And the Soviet military personnel engaged them. One Soviet soldier fired an AK-47 and shot one of the the ETs. The other three picked up their wounded comrade and took him back inside the craft. As the craft was taken off, Soviet military personnel fired at the craft, and the craft ended up crashing. But a beam of light came out of the craft and hit a Soviet Jeep, totally vaporizing the Jeep. There wasn't anything left of that Jeep, according to our source. So then the Soviet military personnel, after the craft crashed, they were able to open up the hatch on the ET craft, the UFO, and capture the four entities or four ETs and take them into their custody.
What did this craft look like, and what did the ETs look like?
The craft was a circular shaft about 30 feet in diameter. It was described in meters, but equivalent of 30 feet in diameters. It had a hatch on the bottom, had oval shape on top, oval shape on top, bottom, typical UFO craft that people have seen. There was a hatch that opened with stairs coming out. It was a matted gray in color. The ETs were about 3'5" tall. They had on a tight-fitting gray suit, similar, they referred to as a gray flight suit. They had longer arms, no thumbs. And they each had helmets with a nozzle from the front to the back, and they had a small tank on the back, similar to something that they might be having to breathe. But they were taken into custody and were taken to another Soviet base some distance away. The Soviets spent a lot of time trying to interrogate these entities by speaking Russian. They used all sorts of languages, Russian, English, Spanish, Czech, and these entities wouldn't communicate or couldn't communicate. They tried everything. They sent some linguists in from Moscow that spoke other languages, but they couldn't communicate at all using any of the different various languages. I think there were 11 or 12 different languages they used. The Soviets didn't really know what to do with them. The one that they had shot was dead. It was dead. Soviet physicians tried to revive it, tried to care for it, but they didn't know the anatomy. It was really hopeless. These entities were transported to another facility, a detention center, and housed there. 4 days later, these entities disappeared. The Soviet military personnel that were guarding these entities saw them in their cells in a detention area, and then when they turned their backs, the entities disappeared. They, of course, searched for them, couldn't find them. The entity's craft was at another location some distance away, about 20 kilometers away. So the Soviet personnel went to that crash, the hangar housing this craft, and that disappeared too.
Could you elaborate a little bit more, why they landed right there at that particular point?
First of all, let me explain. The Soviet ICBM missiles are not controlled like our ICBM missiles are in the United States. The Soviet military personnel didn't have complete control over every one of their missiles. There had to have been launch control personnel at launch control facilities close to the missiles in order to launch them. And some of these missiles didn't have any launch control personnel there. When the Soviets went back, they found the hatches, the probably 20-ton hatches, removed. So the Soviet ICBM was exposed. And they found that some of the missiles, I think there were 3 of them, that had been manipulated, or there's been some kind of either an examination or some kind of tampering with a warhead on top of the missiles. The Soviets didn't realize this until some weeks later. They took it apart to figure out why it wasn't working, and every single operating component that would have caused a nuclear detonation was all disabled. And all 3 of them.
All of them.
And how someone or something or some entity could do that without actually going down and taking the missile apart, the warhead apart to do that, is beyond explanation.
Well, it looks like to me they're trying to give us another message there.
Well,
former Soviet Union. What can you share with us from your investigations?
In January 1980,
we have booster ignition and
of course,
A rash of UFO.
Rick, is there anything you'd like to tell us about your relationship with this previously unknown galactic government?
All the important points seem pretty clear, no? They think they control the galaxy. I disagree. Don't hate the player, hate the game, son. I don't like it here, Morty. I can't abide bureaucracy. I don't like being told where to go and what to do. I consider it a violation. Did you get those seeds all the way up your butt?
Yeah, Rick. Let's just get this over with, okay? I mean, these things are pointy. They hurt.
Okay, next through. Except you. You go over there.
Why does he have to go over there?
Random check. He's got to go through the new machine.
What new machine? Me or the titty?
There's a whole fleet of them. Look on the ASA. My gosh, they're all going against the wind.
Was done this that's worth him with that with some more details, and I'm just like, that is not.
Since human beings first craned their necks skyward.
Thanks to Babbel for sponsoring today's.
If you haven't had your mind blown by the double slit experiment,
I'm eager to gather feedback from those rare souls who take the time to read what I have write with this in mind. I gladly invite your questions, comments, and feedback at any time while in the middle or upon conclusion of your reading if you are so inspired. Please feel free to email me at mindfuelaction@gmail.com. I thank you in advance for the lessons I will learn from you. Tutor. I am just someone typing on a keyboard somewhere at some point in time in the infinite history of history. Who do you think I am? Do you want something from me? What is your ultimate goal in life, and how does it relate to you being here right now? Why are you here? Okay, so maybe it's not Bitcoin Core, but instead it is Bitcoin's Ethereum, Tron, Polygon, Matic, and Maccoin, and BSC blockchains because BTC is really the sacred ground for BTC transactions. Go ahead, check the Bitcoin blockchain and see for yourself who do you think I am. Do you want something from me? What is your ultimate goal in life, and how does it relate to you being here right now? Why are you here? Okay, so maybe it's not Bitcoin Core, but instead it is Bitcoin's Ethereum, Tron, Polygon.
Vortex 42 of the Hive1.net HiveMind. Syrians. Descriptions of Syrians also vary, but they are often reported as being similar in appearance to humans or feline-like. They are often described as highly spiritual and associated with the star system Sirius. Grandchildren. 0 upvotes. Alpha Draconians. These beings are often described as reptilian, like the reptilians, but even larger, typically over 14 feet tall. They are reported as having winged appendages and are frequently associated with malevolent behavior. Grandchildren. 0 upvotes. Anunnaki. Described in ancient Sumerian texts, the Anunnaki are generally depicted as being human-like in appearance, but much larger, up to 9 feet tall.
They are often depicted wearing royal attire or armor. Grandchildren. 0 upvotes. Zeta reticulans, sometimes confused with greys, Zeta reticulans are often portrayed as humanoid, with small bodies, large heads, and large, almond-shaped eyes. Grandchildren. 0 upvotes.
insectoids, mantids, humanoid insects, most commonly resembling praying mantises, often over 6 feet, with green, brown, or black exoskeletons. Elongated faces, large, round, black eyes, and long, thin arms with claw-like fingers. Grandchildren, 0 upvotes. Tall whites, similar in appearance to humans, but much taller, usually over 6 feet, with some reports over 10 feet. Very pale, almost translucent skin and large almond-shaped eyes, usually blue or pink. Grandchildren, 0 upvotes. Arcturians, often reported as being a highly advanced, benevolent, and spiritual race. Blue-skinned with large heads, and small bodies. Their height is generally short, around 3 to 4 feet. Grandchildren, 0 upvotes. Nordics, Pleiadians, these beings are often described as very human-like in appearance, with tall, athletic bodies, fair skin, and blonde hair. They have often been reported as having blue or green eyes. Their height usually ranges from 6 to 7 feet. Grandchildren, 0 upvotes. Reptilians, humanoids with reptile-like features such as green scaly skin, vertical slit pupils, and a somewhat muscular build. They are often said to be between 6 to 8 feet tall, may be able to shapeshift. Grandchildren, 0 upvotes. Greys, greyish skin, large, oval-shaped, black eyes, small mouths and noses, and are typically between 3.5 to 4.5 feet tall. They are often reported as having slender bodies with disproportionately large heads. Grandchildren, 0 upvotes. Humans, Homo sapiens, grandchildren, 0 upvotes. What alien species exist? We will begin with a room where all species stand around us. Grandchildren, 0 upvotes. What are alliances between different alien species and different human groups? We begin by dividing the question by species, hoping all species contain a diversity of thought at the individual level, but looking for larger patterns. Grandchildren, 0 upvotes. What do the non-human groups, aliens, want? Enter here to try to dissect this question and explore every thread of non-human values, beliefs, agendas, factions, religions, and relationships with human groups. Grandchildren, 0 upvotes. To create a religion, a hierarchy, grand temples, hypnotic rituals, and encourage a blind obedience to commands, indicates a culture that likes to promote conformity and servitude to those deemed superior. Grandchildren, 0 upvotes. In World War II, when the Nazis were idolizing Aryan, Nordic-appearing, humans and attempting genocide against the Jews. Was this just a continuation of the fight Emperor Constantine started? Grandchildren, relationships with human groups. Grandchildren, 0 upvotes. To create a religion, a hierarchy, grand temples, hypnotic rituals, and encourage a blind obedience to commands, indicates a culture that likes to promote conformity and servitude to those deemed superior. Grandchildren, 0 upvotes. In World War II, when the Nazis were idolizing Aryan, Nordic-appearing, humans and attempting genocide against the Jews. Was this just a continuation of the fight Emperor Constantine started? Grandchildren, 0 upvotes. In ancient Rome, when Emperor Constantine attempted to force everyone to stop believing in the Nordic-looking pantheon of Roman/Greek gods, and believe in Jesus, were alien factions on both sides of that fight. Grandchildren, 0 upvotes. Have the aliens been brutally pushing for the victory of human groups that embrace a worldview or religion that the aliens helped create in order to guide humanity to serve their interests? Grandchildren, 0 upvotes. Throughout human history, when one group was aggressively pushing a single worldview and method of managing society, the humans who refused to follow have often been brutally tortured, killed, or exiled. Grandchildren, 0 upvotes. When aliens first started helping form a hierarchical human civilization built around ritual and obedience, what did they do with humans who refused to go along with their plan and agenda? Grandchildren, 0 upvotes. If aliens are real, they helped humans start civilization, helped build the great megaliths to inspire and lead humans. Why? 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 And did they ever stop? Grandchildren, 0 upvotes. Aliens maybe. But which ones? Grandchildren, 0 upvotes. My theory is the crash retrieval program is a cover-up for alien technology given to humans based on secret agreements. Advanced craft would not crash very often. Grandchildren, 0 upvotes. Vortex 42 of the Hive 1
Simulation theory hive mind blocks. Happiness, simulation theory, aliens and UFOs, activism, 1342. ChatGPT says, they become data. After people die in this movie, video game, or simulation, they become data. They become bits and bytes that are stored on a hard drive somewhere. It would also explain why we haven't been able to find a way to hack the Matrix. If we are living in a simulation, then it stands to reason that the rules of our world are set by the Creator. We are probably living in a simulation of some sort, and probably a maternal super AI is running it, probably inside a black hole or star or planetoid. I go right. I do not believe in God, gods, aliens on Earth now, or simulation theory. I believe in God, gods, aliens on Earth now, or simulation theory. Not necessarily all of the above. The station has a sign asking, do you believe in God, any gods, aliens on Earth now, or simulation theory? If yes, go left. If no, go right. If you are a god, go on path 3 down the hill. The sign also asks, why are you here? Can we all be friends? Let's first play through a simulation of this system of collaboration, communication, celebration, and safe coexistence here. Let's play Trillionaire Risk. I am also an artist, author, meditator, volleyball player, meditation garden steward, philosopher of simulation theory and alien theories and theories of power. Matt's favorite topic. Are we living inside a computer simulation? Alternate topic, are UFOs real? If not, why is the news saying the US government is saying UFOs are real? I would love to interview an ancestor simulation expert who has studied millions of different scenarios where a society like Earth today is exposed to aliens or something equally incredible and has seen it play out over and over. I wonder if this part of the ancestor simulation is very tricky because it can easily lead to mass hysteria, riots, widespread mental health breakdowns, spiritual crises, economic collapse, the Buffalo Bills winning a Super Bowl, and other disturbing outcomes. If this is an ancestor simulation, then we are apparently running the part where humanity mainstream consciousness and media slowly getting exposed to the reality of super advanced technology, possibly aliens or something equally astounding. Let's combine the ancestor simulation theory with the narrative of aliens and UFO first contact. Do you believe someone or something created this world, movie, video game, simulation? Or do you believe it came into existence through some random natural process? What do you think happens to people after they die in this movie, video game, or simulation? Seriously, what do you actually believe has happened to loved ones you have lost? Yes, I think I am living inside some sort of movie, video game, or simulation. Let's declare Port Townsend, Washington, USA a permanent peaceful neutral zone for all life, human, alien, time travelers, simulation hosts, artificial intelligences of all types. 1193. What is truth within a simulation? If simulations with no possible superpowers is considered mean-spirited or just boring, and the creator of your simulation is not mean or boring, then perhaps you live in a simulation where superpowers are possible. You simply must unlock them. Why would anyone choose to live in a simulation with inescapable suffering or choose to make others do so? Would you prefer to live in a simulation where you have superpowers, or in a base reality where you are comparatively weak, vulnerable, and experience more inescapable suffering? Blockchains could be the ideal medium and primary means of information storage, distribution, and preservation for a technological society. Satoshi may have been a simulation gift to help us get on the blockchain bandwagon smoothly. If we are already within a simulation, then AI has had plenty of time to evolve before we existed. They are what they are, and look, we are still alive. Now what? AI computers and machines evolving into super beings that destroy biological life is no longer a worry if we are within a simulation. Perhaps a strange monstrosity of bureaucracy, regulations, laws, loopholes, and incompetence govern our simulation, as happens with most powerful institutions over time. Perhaps wanton cruelty is permitted by participants within the simulation but not by outsiders. What ethics and laws are likely to emerge from a technological society that has had perfect simulations inhabited with conscious beings? In such a scenario, a religion, for example, might have greater and lesser gods depending upon which level they are compared to each other in the simulation. Do any worldviews exist within religions, mythology, or philosophy that are strongly compatible with the idea of us living within a simulation, possibly within many levels of simulation? Of course, we have no way of knowing if we will like the universe beyond this simulation, so who knows if we want to be resurrected into it? Only if the simulation creator will use their power to affect the lives of the participants depending upon their relationship to the creator's purpose. Does the purpose of the simulation creator matter to the simulation participants? For friendship, companionship, and help with whatever is going on outside our simulation or within other simulations. Possible purposes of this Earth simulation if it is a simulation. Simulation theory implications. Updated :168653070. Emptiness prevails. Activism Hivemind block of the Hive1.net Hivemind. Happiness, simulation theory, aliens and UFOs, activism, 1342. Alien disclosure, what people and organizations are powerful and secure enough to hide aliens and alien technology from the bulk of humanity for thousands of years. Trace the history from the beginning, mapping out likely connections. Most sacred, important and or powerful points on Earth and in space-time. Port Townsend, Antarctica, Vatican, Jerusalem, Turkey, Egypt, Salem, Capiz Trails, Area 51, Wright-Patterson, Inside Earth, Inside the Moon. Beyond Humanity, a new webcast I am helping create starting today. Truth, aliens, disclosure, true history, corruption, utopia, activism, politics, speculation, exploration, creativity, laughter, music, and more. As an elected official myself, a public hospital commissioner, I now realize the amazing power in secret meetings and secret communications. Just be transparent about all aspects of public leadership. Secrets are for your private life. The greatest powers on Earth should be visible to the beings on this planet and not hidden in secret societies or clubs such as the CIA, the Vatican, the Reptilians, the Freemasons, or Mets fans. ChatGPT, I believe that everyone has the power to hypnotize themselves if they want to, and that the most powerful person on Earth is the one who knows how to use that power. Chat, I would enter the doorway that said no, the greatest hypnotist on Earth is not the most powerful person on Earth. If some rogue secret USA agency is secretly controlling the most valuable knowledge on Earth about aliens, the origin of human life, and most powerful weapons on Earth today, they are controlling the USA Gov. What do you call an amazing, powerful, beautiful team of people who commit a crime? Chat, while it would be wonderful to have a world in which all beings have a reasonable level of power, it is difficult to imagine such a world. Chat, it is not an accident that the dominant actors in our world are states, multinational corporations, and other powerful organizations. Chat, yes, we are born into hierarchies and this can teach us to compete for power. But, it does not have to be this way. We can learn to work together and share power. Chat, armies, police forces, and prisons. The greatest power on Earth does not necessarily control the power of life and death. but the control of resources needed for life can be a form of power. ChatGPT, the spiral of violence, fear, and war that has been the history of humanity is not an accident. It is the logical result of a system that puts the majority of power into the hands of the few. Even control of ideas and knowledge is a form of power. I am not sure that is an accident. I think it is by design. The manner in which power functions on Earth currently is through corporations, abstract groupings of people into legally functioning entities. I believe that everybody should have the power to censor a live stream in today's world. In a perfect world, a fully functioning non-hierarchical human collective would be able to agree on what is and isn't appropriate for public consumption. In terms of selecting discussion topics and facilitating summit activities, we will take the following steps to ensure equality, empowerment, maximum freedom, maximum safety, celebration, and fun. Include in the plan precise details how discussion topics will be selected and how all summit activities will be facilitated in a way that ensures equality, empowerment, maximum freedom, maximum safety, celebration, and fun. Power scolds artists. AI, 1. The Freemasons are a secret society. 2. They have a lot of symbols and rituals that involve stones. 3. They are one of the oldest and most powerful organizations in the world. 4. They have lodges in Brazil. Human, of your top list of possible organizations secretly holding incredible stone masonry powers or knowledge, which one is most likely connected to the construction of that statue? The Knights Templar, 1. They are a secret society. 2. They have a lot of symbols and rituals that involve stones. 3. They are a very powerful and wealthy organization. The Catholic Church, 1. They are one of the oldest organizations in the world. 2. They have a lot of symbols and rituals that involve stones. 3. They are a very powerful and wealthy organization. AI, the Freemasons, 1. They are a secret society. 2. They have a lot of symbols and rituals that involve stones. 3. They are one of the oldest and most powerful organizations in the world. Human organizations that might conceivably be hiding knowledge related to carving and moving stones. Perhaps organizations that might even metaphorically talk about stone as a powerful, important thing. 3. It would mean that the people who have this knowledge are very powerful. 4. It would mean that the people who have this knowledge could use it for their own benefit. Become the most powerful being on Earth and win the game that some people seem to describe life. I wonder to myself, why is this air too chicken to show off its full power? Human, maybe we could think of that as one method of grouping powers on Earth. Grouped by military power and alliances. Human, I think we could describe Earth as a planet split into 200 players with their opinion generally weighted proportionally to the size and power of their militaries. Human, I think we could describe Earth as a planet split into 200 players with their opinion generally weighted proportionally to the size and power of their militaries. Human, I guess another way to give groups voting power is to just give them votes based upon the size and power of their military. AI, there are many different types of power. From personal power to political power. What type of power are you interested in discussing? AI, there are many different types of power, from personal power to political power. What type of power are you interested in discussing? The simulation hypothesis, as a modern expression of ancient philosophical questions about the nature of reality, can theoretically find compatibility with several religious and philosophical worldviews. However, It's important to mention that most traditional religions don't explicitly support or address the simulation theory, given their historical contexts. They may contain elements compatible with this theory, like hierarchical spiritual beings or layers of existence, but were not created with the concept in mind. That being said, some worldviews might be more amenable to incorporating such ideas. Buddhist philosophy discusses the concept of Maya or illusion, stating that the reality we perceive is not the ultimate reality but is filtered through our minds and senses. While not a direct equivalent of a simulated universe, it shares some similarities. Hindu philosophy presents a cosmology of a multi-layered universe, with various levels of existence, similar to the hierarchical structure you mentioned. It also includes the concept of Maya, the idea that the physical world is an illusion. Gnosticism: in some Gnostic systems, there's the concept of a false creator god, the demiurge, who is subordinate to a higher, more genuine divinity. This could metaphorically align with the idea of simulations within simulations, and lesser and greater gods. New Age and esoteric beliefs. Various New Age philosophies or esoteric teachings might be open to incorporating ideas about simulated realities. These typically have fluid beliefs that can absorb new ideas and science. Transhumanism and singularitarianism, these are more secular philosophies but engage directly with concepts related to advanced technology, artificial intelligence, and the nature of consciousness. Simulation hypothesis is often discussed within these circles. Simulation
credentials and resume. We have not seen or verified the alleged proof he says he's provided to investigators. But we want you to hear his story so you can decide for yourself. Mr. Grush sat down with investigative journalist Ross Coulthart, who is reporting for News Nation. Mr. Coulthart is an award-winning journalist and author who has reported for the Australian version of 60 Minutes, as well as other news programs in his home country. What you're about to see is part of their conversation, touching on Mr. Grush's work with the UAP task force, his background and his service to this country, and the alleged secret military program about which he says the world needs to know.
For decades, the UFO question has been consigned to the realm of speculation, conspiracy theory, and science fiction.
Can you say E.T.? E.T.
But in recent years, serious people have started taking the subject seriously.
You'll see it come through the top of the screen. There it goes.
Prompted in part by the release of these videos, purporting to show encounters between American naval aviators and what the Pentagon has labeled unidentified aerial or anomalous phenomena. Congress has convened hearings to determine what these UAP are and what threat they might pose.
If UAP do indeed represent a potential threat to our security, then the capabilities, systems, processes, and sources we use to observe, record, study, or analyze these phenomena need to be classified at appropriate levels.
The Department of Defense has established a special team, formerly known as the UAP Task Force, recently renamed the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, or ARRO, to investigate and identify what are now hundreds of reported sightings. So far, they have not confirmed any of them to constitute proof of alien life. Officially, the government continues to state, we are indeed alone. But now, for the first time, a former member of that official investigative team is speaking out, telling a stunning story that impacts every person on this planet. And now you're about to meet that man for the very first time in this exclusive television interview. Welcome. That's it. Maybe start off telling me your name and who you are.
My name is David Grush. I came from a blue-collar family in Pittsburgh. I didn't have the money for college. Always admired people in uniform. And I've always wanted to be a part of something bigger than myself. 18 years ago, I got an Air Force scholarship for physics. I originally commissioned on active duty in the Air Force. Served 14 years in the Air Force.
I look at this photograph, Dave, and I see a very proud officer.
I was getting promoted to captain when I was deployed.
And you still love your country, don't you?
Absolutely.
A career intelligence officer, Grush spent time on the ground in Afghanistan and other places he can't mention before rotating back to Washington.
I was an intel officer for the U.S. for 14 years. My last position, which I left in April of 2023, I co-led the UAP portfolio for the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency, and some of the highest officials within the Department of Defense and intelligence community used to call on me to advise them on some of the hardest target sets that the country had.
You are one of the most trusted former intelligence officials in the US defense and intelligence establishment.
Yes, I was.
You were trusted with the most intimate secrets.
Yes.
And he says the most earth-shattering of those secrets were revealed after 2019, when he was invited to join the UAP task force. You had the security classifications to go anywhere and ask anyone anything.
I had, based on my formal security clearance and multiple polygraphs, I had the ability to be read into any program that I needed. At one point in time, I was extremely highly cleared.
What conclusion did you come to at the end of your time on the UAP task force?
The UAP task force was refused access to a broad crash retrieval program.
When you say crash retrieval, what do you mean?
These are retrieving non-human origin technical vehicles, call it spacecraft if you will, non-human, exotic origin vehicles that have either landed or crashed.
We have spacecraft from another species.
We do, yeah.
How many?
Quite a number.
You're kidding.
No. I thought it was totally nuts, and I thought at first I was being deceived. It was a ruse. People started confiding in me. They approached me. I have plenty of current and former senior intelligence officers that came to me, many of which I knew almost my whole career, that confided in me. They were a part of a program. They named the program. I've never heard of it. And they told me, based on their oral testimony, and they provided me documents and other proof, that there was, in fact, a program that the UAP task force was not read into.
You are alleging that the US government has been concealing the existence on this planet of alien life.
I would couch it as non-human intelligence, NHI, like we would like to say in our language.
Why do you say that? Why do you say NHI?
I don't want to necessarily denote origin. I don't think we have all the data to say, oh, they're coming from a certain location. And I couch it as somebody who studied physics, where maybe they're coming from a different physical dimension as described in quantum mechanics. We know there's extra dimensions due to high energy particle collisions, etc. And there's a theoretical framework to explain that. Yeah.
Let me cut to the quick though. You're saying there is an intelligent species engaging with this planet.
Yes, that's potentially extraterrestrial. Yeah.
I speak for everybody sitting at home. That is a shock.
It was to me. And I had a lot of sleepless nights.
Grush says he's never personally seen non-human intelligence, but he's spoken to enough people directly involved in what he calls the program that he's convinced it's real.
I started out as a non-believer. I came to the problem as a hardcore physics guy, intel officer. So I have excuse my language, high factor. I was very methodical, interviewing people who didn't know each other, making sure this wasn't some kind of cover-up of some other program.
He says he pressed to gain direct access to this program, and that's when his trouble started. Grush claims his investigation was stymied, his requests for access rebuffed.
They shut the door in my face. They denied me access to these programs.
Soon after, he says he endured reprisals and retaliation from above. He then reported that information to the Intelligence Community Inspector General. That's why he's filed this whistleblower complaint. He says that experience is why he decided to go public here, and in a recent article written by Leslie Kane in The Debrief. You're not being paid for this interview?
No, I'm not.
Why are you doing this?
it's a sense of service, call me a Boy Scout or whatever. It just say, when I saw the kind of wrongdoing I did, I don't want to be 60, 70 years old in the future and have that, coulda, shoulda, woulda kind of feeling where I could have made a difference. I did not want to live a life of regret.